The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race. Maidens age 3 and up, claiming price of $15,000, a mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Scratch 3, Legendary Hero. 3, Legendary Hero is scratch. First of the rolling doubles and pick threes gets underway here. Starts the early pick 5 as well. Carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $10,854. Fast track, firm turf today. Post time 7 minutes for the first.
Okay. 6 minutes out from today's opener and taking a closer look at some of these competitors in this maiden claiming event. One of them is the number 4, Don't Show Weakness, your 6-5 favorite here. And this horse is getting to 2 turns for the first time today. He's tried a distance of ground before on the past on the turf, but this is his first time on the dirt getting 2 turns. And physically, it looks like he should be able to handle it just fine. He's got kind of this longer, lean type of build to him, and he is sharp today as well. So all good signs for the 6-5 favorite. You know, sometimes when you look at horses like this and who have not tried a distance of ground on the main track, you question whether or not they have the stamina, but physically it looks like he should be able to handle himself just fine. And then the number 5, My Name is Fred. This is a horse who is stretching back out in distance to a mile and a 16th. This is the longest distance he's ever gone. Prior to this, he's tried a mile that was a few months ago at Oaklawn. But I don't mind him from a physical standpoint getting a distance of ground. He does have the build to suggest that he can do it. And on top of that, his past form, I mentioned this before, it just kind of looks like a horse that is a bit one-paced at one-turn distances. He doesn't really close, and he doesn't really have enough speed to get himself forward in those one-turn races. So I think today, with the stretch out in distance and just judging by his behavior on track, he definitely is feeling good. He's sharp today, so I think he will be able to set a more forward trip at this particular distance. So 4, 5, I thought those 2 horses definitely looked best in the post parade. We'll see what happens as we're 4 minutes out from the 1st.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, start of the early pick 5. First wire, they are at the post. They're off. There goes Big Biz. Big Biz, and Don't Show Weakness. Eastern Symphony going to join them third up on the far outside, and then Dancing Irish Jig, who comes away in the fourth position. Don't Show Weakness moves up toward the inside, down toward the rail, and has the early lead. Big Biz alongside the leader's flank in second position around the first turn. Eastern Symphony will go third up toward the far outside, 2 lengths off the lead, followed by Florida Flash, who saves the ground down toward the inside around the first turn in fourth, a half length. Dancing Irish Jig is fifth by 3/4 of a length. My Name is Fred is sixth on the outside of that one, then a gap of 2 more back to Sonic Burn, whose last opening quarter went in 24.21 seconds. Don't Show Weakness is the leader by just ahead. Now Big Biz right alongside. Those two go at it for the top spot. A length and a half to the good as Eastern Symphony third to the far outside. And then Florida Flash down toward the inside of Dancing Irish Jig. That pair followed by My Name is Fred. Opening half mile, 49.43 seconds. Sonic Burn is still the trailer into the far turn. Don't Show Weakness, the leader by ahead. Again, here comes Big Biz right back up alongside. It dropped back for a few paces. Now is back up front, and Eastern Symphony is ready to press the issue on the extreme outside. Front three separated by a neck around the far turn. Big Biz between horses leads at a neck. They're at the quarter pole. Eastern Symphony tries to draw alongside. Don't Show Weakness is still there fighting on toward the inside. Then a gap of 4 more lengths back to My Name is Fred, who has to swing wide to the top of the short stretch. Still a distant fourth at this point. Eastern Symphony and Don't Show Weakness going at it along with Big Biz in between that pair. Don't Show Weakness against the rail. Eastern Symphony outside. Big Biz fighting on between them into the final 16th. Don't Show Weakness fighting on with the lead. Eastern Symphony trying, head-bobbing photo for the win to get things started on a Sunday at Keeneland. Either Eastern Symphony or Don't Show Weakness for the top spot.
This was kind of tussle for quite a long time during this race as the 4-horse Don't Show Weakness did not down on the inside. Part of the pace, he had a couple of horses come up alongside of him and thought at this point maybe he's going to back down, Gabby. He does not, as the 8 Eastern Symphony kept on going with him to the wire.
He was in a pretty tough position. The 4 don't show weakness the entire way on the inside of that 3-horse battle up front, and he does not show weakness, Scott. He still tries to hang on. It's going to be a very close call in the end. We'll let the photo decide the winner in the opener.
Photo for the win. Hold all tickets. In the photo for the win, number 8, Eastern Symphony, finished first. Number 4, Don't Show Weakness, was second. Number 6, Big Biz, was third. Number 5, My Name is Fred, was fourth. And the 1, Florida Flash, fifth. 84651, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's first, the unofficial winner, number 8, Eastern Symphony, owned by Nebet Arif Kertel, trained by Marat Sancal. Florent Giroux, the jockey. Eastern Symphony, 3-year-old son of Daredevil, out of So Probable by Stormcat. The winner bred in Kentucky by Arif Kertel. The mile and a 16th over the fast main track, 1 minute 46.53 seconds. First race, results official, 84651 official for Keeneland's first. Keeneland's second race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering, starts the early pick 4. Carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $11,433. No changes in race 2. Looking ahead, no changes in the third. In the fourth race, scratch the 9, what goes on tour. That's in the fourth race, scratch the 9, what goes on tour. Checking ahead to race 5, take out the also eligibles, 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Fast track, firm turf.
19 minutes away from race number 2 here at Keeneland. This race does start the early pick 4, 50-cent minimum wager, and it begins with a 7-furlong, $20,000 claiming event. Non-winners of 2 lifetime for fillies and mares 3 and up. And right now, the number 2 horse is the favorite, Irish Willow, off of a strong effort last time out for trainer Dale Romans, going 1 1/16. Now, you would expect that she should be able to show some speed at this level from that inside draw. It's a good thing that she's not down on the inside, which is going to put FOREVERNOA in a tough spot, in my opinion, as we continue to talk about these rail draws and how tough it is to win from there. That's the advantage that the 2 has over FOREVERNOA, who is my second choice. You do have to respect this filly. She ran last time out here at Keeneland just 11 days ago, finishing 4th, beaten 4 3/4. And I think that if Brian Hernandez can get her to shake loose, maybe she's a touch quicker than the 2. If she can shake loose from her, then she'll have to put herself in a much better position coming away from the gate than breaking slowly, obviously. So watch out for FOREVERNOA. She has to be aggressive, and you got to like the price that you're getting right now on her at 5-1. And then finally, the 3-horse Gesture for Mike Maker and Paradise Farms, Tyler Gaffalione. It's been one of the stoutest teams that we've had here this meet at Keeneland Racecourse, Gaffalione and Maker, and a horse that's probably not as quick as the inside 2, but she shouldn't be too far off of him. And if the inside 2 take up each other's time out on the front end, Gabby, then it could set things up for Gesture to come off the pace at odds of 5-2.
Yes, indeed. Even with that added distance to 7 furlongs, we'll see if she can sit that patient trip. But I, too, landed on the number 2, Irish Willow. When she came in off of the layoff, she faced a very tough allowance field. She really didn't pick up her feet in that race, but it was against Palomita, Ocean Breeze, who came back here to run a buyer speed figure into the 90s, and Miss T2, who was a very nice Bill Mott filly. So give her a pass for that. She came back and ran a really good race, and her second start off of the layoff at 1 1/16 last time out. Now, I think her last 2 races off of the layoff have really built her up to hopefully be sitting on her best performance today with a cutback in distance from 2 turns to the 1 turn 7 furlong distance. And you know, I think she probably won't be as quick as the 1 FOREVERNOA early, but I think she could probably press the early pace, and that's where she has the advantage over the 1, is the post position. The 3 Gesture, you know, I think she might be a little bit better to be taken back off of the pace, because the last time she was at 7 furlongs, she chased and she faded. Now, that race was okay. It was decent. It was a $16,000 race. I guess the question is, does she get the right trip? And then also, is she good enough? There are a couple of horses who I think are taking bigger drops in class, and I thought she would be a little bit overbet here just because of the connections alone. But she can win. Really, the inside 4 horses, any one of those 4 could probably win this race. But the 1 FOREVERNOA is my 3rd selection, and she's going to have to overcome that rail draw. She's quick, and I think she'll be the pace, but she very well could get early pressure from the 2, Irish Willow, or even we'll see what Tyler Gaffalione does with the 3 Gesture. But that rail draw, you know, I don't think really does her many favors in here, but she does look really good down in the paddock. We just saw some of her walkers and handlers giving her a lot of love in the indoor saddling stall there when they were putting the saddle on. So she looks confident. She looks fit, ready to go here for the connections. The 1 FOREVERNOA, we'll see what she can do from that rail post position, cutting back from the mile last time out to the 7/8 here today. 2-3-1 for me, 15 minutes out from race 2.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race. Fillies and mares age 3 and up, $20,000 claiming price. Beard course, about 7 furlongs over the fast main track. No changes in race 2. Double and pick 3 wagering. Start of the early pick 4. Carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $11,433. Fast track firm turf this afternoon, 8 minutes to post for race 2.
Horses warming up on track as we get set and ready to go for the second race on the card. And we're looking at the number 1, FOREVERNOA, for Chris Davis. And this is a filly that kind of impressed me when she was in the paddock. She just seemed like she's bright, she's happy, she's ready to go today. But even when she walked onto the track here, she seemed like she woke up a little bit more. And on top of that, I do really like her size. She is a filly that, yes, she does draw the rail post, and she very well could get pressure from either the 2 Irish Willow or the 3 Gesture in here. But she's got the physical build to at least suggest that she can take that pressure and keep on going on. She's one of the bigger fillies in the paddock here, so maybe just take another look at the one FOREVERNOA, who I think is making a really nice appearance on track here today. And then we'll shift gears to a higher priced horse, and that's the 7 at 8-1, the 7 Sweet Willemina, a horse that I did not use in the top 3 here. I just didn't think that was the strongest race that she came out of last time out, but she was a 5-length winner against maiden $10,000 types, and she can take that win and turn back in distance today to maybe have a good stalking trip to the outside at the 7 furlongs. I just thought she was very dappled today. She looked like a filly that's holding good condition as well, so maybe another long shot to throw into the mix here at 9-1, the outside runner. The board is reflective of a very good betting race. We have the 2 Irish Willow as the 2-1 favorite, but not far behind is the 3 and the 4 on the board as well. So a good little betting race coming up next in 5 minutes.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, start of the early pick 4. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes FOREVERNOA from the inside with Irish Willow. Sweet WILLEMINA up toward the far outside. LAVALIER now kicks in with TOOTSIE between horses as the field heads up onto the main track and hits the backstretch now. Sweet WILLEMINA from the outside has a head in front. Here's FOREVERNOA. FOREVERNOA takes the lead by just a neck from Sweet WILLEMINA, who's second by a length. And there's Irish Willow moving up a closer third by a half length. LAVALIER fourth on the outside. Then Gesture fifth against the rail, running 4 lengths off the lead. TOOTSIE is sixth. Little Shopper is in seventh. 23.39 seconds the time for the opening quarter. FOREVERNOA the leader. FOREVERNOA in front by 2 lengths. Sweet WILLEMINA second a length to Irish Willow, who's third by just a neck. LAVALIER fourth on her outside. Gesture is in fifth and now 7 lengths from the front. TOOTSIE and Little Shopper at the back. They round the far turn. FOREVERNOA the leader. FOREVERNOA in front. LAVALIER goes to second, 2 lengths away. Here's Irish Willow toward the inside in third. Still 3 from the front to the top of the stretch. And then Sweet WILLEMINA fourth. Gesture has to go wide in fifth. Still 7 from the front as they straighten away for home. FOREVERNOA FOREVERNOA the leader. FOREVERNOA 5-length lead to Irish Willow, who's trying to make up some ground down toward the inside, but the leader's moving by the 8th pole. LAVALIER third, Gesture is fourth. FOREVERNOA the leader by 5. FOREVERNOA in front past the 16th pole. Irish Willow is second. FOREVERNOA, Brian Hernandez Jr. to win it. Irish Willow will be home second. Going to be close for third, either Gesture or Sweet Willemina for that third spot. Then behind that pair, it was LAVALIER who was fifth.
That is how you win from a rail draw when sprinting here at Keeneland Racecourse. You blitz the field. She was quick, and she was able to pick it up again at the top of the stretch and dash away from this group.
Yeah, surprisingly so, though, Scott. She had a little bit of early pressure, but Brian Hernandez let her go even more so and open up a couple of lengths on the field and get her confidence going as well. So taking the field gate to wire here in the opener, or in the second race, excuse me. A nice rally from second with the 2, Irish Willow. It's 1-2, and it's going to be a photo for third here in the second.
Photo for show. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's second race: 1 FOREVERNOA first, 2 Irish Willow second, 7 Sweet Willemina was third, 3 Gesture was fourth, 5 LAVALIER fifth. 12735 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's second race, the unofficial winner, number 1 FOREVERNOA, owned by Ryan Ritt and William Perkins, trained by Chris Davis. Brian Hernandez Jr. is the jockey. FOREVERNOA, 3-year-old filly by Constitution, out of Miss Catalyst by Mr. Greeley. The winner bred in Kentucky by Twin Creeks Farm and George Softly. Beard course about 7 furlongs, 1 minute 28.99 seconds. Second race, results official. 12735, the official results for Keeneland's second. Keeneland's third race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering. Carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $13,238. No changes in the third. A reminder, this race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Looking ahead to the fourth race, Scratch the 9, What Goes on Tour. That's the fourth race. Scratch the 9, What Goes on Tour. Looking ahead to the fifth race, take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Fast Track Firm Turf.
20 minutes out from the third race coming up next year at Keeneland. 1 mile on the main track, a maiden $30,000 claiming event. The number 3, KETCHIKAN, is my top selection here for trainer Brendan Walsh, this 2-year-old filly by Mineshaft. Tyler Gaffleone to ride this filly as well. Now, she, I thought, ran pretty well in her first start at Ellis Park. It was going a mile. It was on the turf. It was a very slow pace. You can see the opening quarter and half fractions, 25 and 2 and 50 flat. So she really had no pace to close into that particular day, but all considering, she did, and she wound up finishing third. So I thought that this was kind of a lateral move. I like that they stay at a 2-turn distance for her, but now coming to the main track, she has a pedigree. Again, I mentioned she's by Mineshaft out of a Tail of the Cat mare. I actually thought that she had a little bit of a better dirt pedigree, so to suggest that maybe she will improve on the surface change to the main track today. The 4, Pharaoh's Gold, is my second pick at 3-1 for trainer Brad Cox. She is just a logical type of horse. She debuted on the dirt at Indiana Grand. She finished second as the beaten favorite, but that was to Blissful Change, who won by almost 10 lengths that day. And she came back to get involved in a very quick early pace at Indiana, but on the turf last time out. So clearly she's probably just not good enough to compete at the maiden special weight level. And those races did come up a little bit easier too. So I think that this is just a logical move for the barn to drop her down to the $30,000 level and hopefully pull off a victory here. But she is quick. Again, she was involved in a pretty fast pace last time out. So she could very well be the main speed here, even though we have a couple horses stretching out to a distance of ground. And then finally, the 7, Solemn Oath, is coming in here for trainer Dwayne Lucas. I'm using her because I like the outside draw for her, and she doesn't really seem to have a lot of early speed. So I think she is one that could be picking up the pieces late if there are horses in here that don't necessarily want to go this far. I mentioned there are a couple of horses who are stretching out to the mile today, and I think that with a patient trip towards the outside, Solemn Oath can be closing late. But the betting public is on the 1, Blue Paint. She's a filly sent out by Ken McPeak. She's going to have to work out a trip from that inside post, but if she can step it up from her last race, she probably is the filly to beat. I just thought she looked a little bit better at sprint distances, so we'll see if she can battle some early pace and still get the distance at the 2-turn 1 mile today. The 1, Blue Paint, your favorite, at 5-2. But I am on the 4. I'm on the 3 here. KETCHIKAN at a good price at 3-1 for trainer Brendan Walsh. Many different ways to go here as we are 17 minutes out from race 3.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race. Maiden claiming race for 2-year-old fillies, a $30,000 claiming price, 1 mile over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Double and pick 3 wagering. There is a carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $13,238. No changes in this third race. Post time at 8 minutes.
Race 3 is coming up next year, 6 minutes out. And here's the 4, Pharaoh's Gold. She's getting a very, very strong warm-up today under jockey Joe Talamo. And I like this because she was a filly that was a little nervous in the paddock, and she was acting up a bit. And that was even after they put the saddle on. So hopefully that this strong warm-up gets some of those nerves out of her system and kind of go on from there. But that was one of the observations that I made from this filly. Now, the 5, I'll Make It Coach. She was one that I didn't use in the top 3, but I actually don't mind her from a physical standpoint. She's acting up in the post parade right now, actually, as I'm talking about her with the pony. But she was one of the fillies in here that I thought had the most size to her, the most condition. And you like to see that, especially going this distance, a 2-turn distance. So she was actually, in my opinion, one of the better looking fillies and biggest in size as well. Martine Garcia hopping aboard for Mark Hubley. And then we'll check in with the 3, KETCHIKAN. You know, I wanted to get a closer look at her to see if she had more of an appearance of a turf horse or a dirt horse, and she is coming to the dirt from only one other start on the turf. She looks like she should be able to handle the dirt just fine. I just wonder what kind of trip she's going to get, because she is a very petite filly. There's just not much size to her. She's very slight. She's dappled. She looks good. She just isn't really the biggest in size. So I just wonder if she will be able to handle some pressure today and keep on going at the mile. And then finally, the number 1, Blue Paint. She is a strong-looking filly in here, too, for trainer Ken McPeak. I thought that she was one that was one of the more impressive-looking horses warming up on track here, too. Scott, I know you had the opportunity to talk to Kenny McPeak. What did he have to say about his entry here?
He just said that he feels that the longer distance is going to help her out here today, and let her strut her stuff a little bit more. So she gets that opportunity to route for the first time on dirt, and her route race down at Gulfstream Park, as you can see, was not bad on the turf course. We also talked about his 2 superstar fillies that he had work yesterday at Churchill Downs, and Swiss Skydiver and Simply Ravishing, the Preakness winner, and of course the Darley Alcibiades winner from just a few weeks back. And he said that he'll keep those fillies on Saturday schedules and working up to the Breeders' Cup. So looking forward to that, and certainly looking forward to this one as we're 3 minutes away from race number 3.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race. First wire, they are at the post. They're off. I'll Make It Coach unseated the rider coming out of the gate. Number 5, I'll Make It Coach unseated the rider coming out of the gate. There goes My Alimony out for the early lead and circles up around to the outside of Blue Paint, who's content to let her go on by. And Pharaoh's Gold going to go to second. Blue Paint going to drop back into third and hug that rail around the first turn. Third by just a half length as the field works its way over toward the backstretch. Then Solemn Oath, who's fourth up on the outside. Poet's Princess fifth between horses. KETCHIKAN sixth toward her inside. Exaggerated Income is a wide seventh. Opening quarter went in 24.27 seconds. My Alimony the leader. My Alimony leads it by a length up the backstretch. Pharaoh's Gold goes second by a length. Solemn Oath is third by just a half length. Blue Paint is fourth toward the inside by 3/4 of a length. Poet's Princess, fifth between horses. Exaggerated Income is next on the far outside. KETCHIKAN is last at the back, sixth from the front. Opening half mile went in 49.96 seconds. My Alimony the leader. Pharaoh's Gold a half length away and trying to draw alongside from second a length. Solemn Oath picks them up third to the far outside. A length off the front pair. Blue Paint is looking toward the inside. Going to need some running room from there, though, in fourth behind that front trio. And the leader is Pharaoh's Gold at the quarter pole. Solemn Oath to the outside. My Alimony inside. And Blue Paint in fourth. Still looking for some running room as they turn into the short stretch with Pharaoh's Gold the leader by a length. Solemn Oath is second. Blue Paint is in third. My Alimony drops back in fourth. Into the final furlong they come. And it is still Pharaoh's Gold with a 2-length lead. Solemn Oath second, a length and a half. Blue Paint is third. Pharaoh's Gold by 3. Pharaoh's Gold and Joe Talamo. Pharaoh's Gold wins it close for second. Either Blue Paint or Solemn Oath for that runner-up spot. Then further back it was My Alimony in fourth and KETCHIKAN fifth.
Pharaoh's Gold, just too much for him here today. As the one, she just could never get off the rail and find clear running room in time. She finally does, tries to make it a race, but at this point in time, the daughter of American Pharaoh, Pharaoh's Gold, had flown to the victory.
And she had a pretty easy trip on the drop-in class here under jockey Joe Talamo. The one comes flying late as she did angle out in the clear. It's going to be close, though. It's going to be a photo for place, but no doubt about the winner. It is the 4 at 5-2, Pharaoh's Gold.
Photo for place. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's third race. 4, Pharaoh's Gold was first. 1, Blue Paint was second. 7, Solemn Oath third. 2, My Alimony fourth. 3, KETCHIKAN fifth. 4-1-7-2-3 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's third race, the unofficial winner, 4, Pharaoh's Gold, owned by Kenneth English and Alan Braun, trained by Brad Cox. Joe Talamo, the jockey. Pharaoh's Gold, a 2-year-old filly by American Pharaoh out of Santa Catarina. by Unbridled. Winner bred in Kentucky by Charleston and Orpendale. 1 mile over the fast main track, 1 minute 41.78 seconds. Third race results official, 41723, official for Keeneland's third. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering, start of the pick 6 with that $157,000 carryover. There's also a carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $14,902. A reminder, this fourth race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. In the fourth, scratch the 9, what goes on tour. Scratch number 9, what goes on tour. Looking ahead to race 5, take out the also eligibles, 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Checking the 6th event, no changes at this time. The 7th race, scratch the 1, surf and turf. That's in the 7th race, scratch the 1, surf and turf. Featured 8th race, the Rude and Riddle Dowager, no changes. The 9th and final race, scratch the 7, Southern Passage. That's the 9th and final race, scratch the 7, Southern Passage. Fast track, firm turf.
Race number 4 does start the pick 6 here this afternoon, and keep in mind 2-day pick 6 carryover, as it carried obviously the last few days here to bring it up to $157,000 pick 6 carryover. So make sure you keep that in mind. $1 minimum wager gets underway with this 4th race in 19 minutes. Spy a Star is where I start, the filly by Speitster, who is being brought back pretty quickly for Ben Colebrook. Last race 10 days ago on the 8th of October and ran a solid race sprinting 6.5 furlongs. She'll get to route here today, so I think that will benefit her given that she was outrun in her sprint races to date. So we'll see if that steps her up here. In the step up and trip steps her up as far as form is concerned. She's 4-1 right now, a good price on the tote board in this first leg of the pick 6. Then the number 6 horse, Bertrada, is Kenny McPeak filly that's a daughter of Violence, who's taken a big drop down in class. She was debuted at Saratoga, going long on the turf course. She's had a couple of workouts here at Keeneland over this dirt course, so you've got to expect that she'll put together a much better effort than what we saw from her on debut at Saratoga over a month ago. And then finally, the 4-horse Kentucky Pride for Rusty Arnold. Same sort of idea as with the McPeak filly. The drop-in class should wake her up. She's by Giaponti. We've seen Giaponti's take to turf, take to dirt, pretty versatile stallion. So the drop-in class, more than anything, Gabby, is why I think that you got to respect this horse at 5-1. This is by no means a straightforward way to start the pick 6. I think you're going to want some coverage in this race to feel comfortable to move on to leg 2.
Yeah, it's the complete opposite of straightforward, Scott. There's so many things going on here. I'm not surprised that you and I go in completely opposite directions. The 8, Sacre Bleu, is where I start here, a 2-year-old filly by Tourist. Now, this is a homebred for Don Alberto stable. They had a first-time starter, an impressive first-time winner, first-time starter that was a winner trained by Brad Cox earlier this week on the turf, named Santa Guapa. And this horse, I just thought it was interesting. The Richard Castillo has decent statistics out of a small sample size. And in fact, I did look up his first-time starters over the past couple of years, and they finish in the money 50% of the time. It's a small sample size, again, only 10 starters, but 5 of those starters finished in the money. So some decent stats, and I actually thought it was interesting that Jackie Tyler Gaffalione hops aboard here today at 5-1. Looking at the pedigree of this filly's by Tourist out of Sweet Nothings, and in fact, Brad Cox had the half-sister, Sweet Lady. She never broke her maiden, but she was capable of running into kind of the mid to low 70 Beyer speed figures, so she was actually quite decent. That's where I land. I'm not overly confident in this race, though, but I do think that you have to use the 5 Yellowstone Girl for trainer Brad Cox, the 2-year-old filly by Exaggerator. She was bet a little bit in her debut, and she really didn't pick up her feet whatsoever. So not only do I think the drop in class will help her, but I also think the added distance to the mile will help. And this is just, I think, a logical horse that you have to use from the connections, the drop in class, the added distance, everything makes sense. And the 6, Bertrada, will be the 3rd horse that I use at 4-1. She's by Violence. She's got the pedigree to suggest that she'll be fine on the dirt. She did debut going a distance of ground at Saratoga. I'm just hoping she shows a little bit more coming out of the gate. She did not show any speed going a mile and a 16th, but maybe it was too tough. Maybe it wasn't her favorite surface. So with all these changes today, that could get her to wake up. She does look very nice in the paddock for trainer Kenny McPeak as well. So the 6 Bertrada is the third selection, but I could make a case for the 1 Spy a Star, as Scott did. There are a lot of horses in here trying new things for the first time, and it makes this race really, really complicated. So definitely not an easy way to kick off the pick 6, but we do have that a 2-day carryover of $150,000 in the pick 6. So make sure you take a stab at it. It will start in 15 minutes. Make sure you get those tickets in early. Race 4 coming up next.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race. Maiden claiming race for 2-year-old fillies, a $30,000 claiming price, 1 mile over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Scratch the 9, What Goes on Tour. Number 9 is scratched. Double and pick 3 wagering. Start of the pick 6 with that $157,000 carryover. And there's also a carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $14,902. Post time in 7 minutes. Fast track, firm turf.
Pick 6 starts here in 6 minutes, and we'll take a closer look at some of the competitors here in this very, very tricky race. The number 4 Kentucky Pride, I got a good look at this filly as she was walking out to the track for trainer Rusty Arnold. This is one I would definitely consider putting on your Pick 6 tickets. She just has size, she has scope. She looks like a very nice individual. I think that she could definitely wake up on the surface switch and the drop in class today. She was one of the better looking individuals here in the post braid. The number 5 Yellowstone girl for trainer Brad Cox, I gave her the check mark. It was kind of a contest between her and the 6, but I do like the way that she's warming up on track under Florent Giroux. We saw Brad Cox connect in the last race, and we could very well see a similar performance for this 2-to-1 shot, the 5 at Yellowstone girl, and the 6 at Petrata. She's a big filly, but I like that because she obviously is going 2 turns here today. I like also that she's getting a good warm-up under Robbie Alvarado. He left the pony just to get her legs going underneath of her because it's important. She did not show any speed whatsoever last time out, so hopefully she can here today with the drop in class. I thought, again, it was between the 4 and the 6 here. In terms of how their physical builds kind of look good or are appropriate for this surface and distance. But Scott, the one Spy a Star, I know you spoke to trainer Bren Colebrook. The question with her is whether or not she can handle herself with the added distance to a mile. What did he have to say about that?
Well, I asked him primarily why he's opting to bring her back quick, and he said he's actually had success doing that here at Keeneland during these meetings, and part of it is the fact that this is home for these horses. She's been training here for some time. So if the race comes up and they're doing good, go ahead and bring them back. And that's the case with this filly. So as far as the route, didn't get a chance to ask about that. But the bottom line is we saw her last race. She was coming on late. You got to think that the added distance should not be an issue for this filly. And how about this pick six pool, Gabby? Over $413,000 is in the pool with 4 minutes still to post. We're going to get well over $500,000, it looks like, in the pick six.
No surprise, but it is a tough sequence, Scott, and including this first leg. If I want to ask you, if you had to pick just two horses in the first leg of the pick six, who would you land on here?
Well, I would use the one, and I think I would use the number 6 horse Bertrada for Kenny McPeak, getting on the dirt for the first time with that Violence pedigree. I don't know that I've seen many offspring of Violence even try the turf, and obviously they tried it there, but I think getting back or trying the dirt here today will be a big plus for her. So I'd say 1 and 6, but you've got to go more than 2 deep in the pick six. I mean, that's the reality.
From my perspective, watching these horses on track, I probably would go to the 5 Yellowstone Girl and the 6 Bertrada. The 1 Spy a Star, she does look great. She looks fit. I just think she looks a little bit more like a sprinter. So we'll see what happens. A very tricky race to kick off that pick six. That pool is $422,000 and growing 3 minutes out from the 4th.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 4th race, start of the pick six. First wire. They are at the post. Roth. There goes Spy a Star, and there goes Yellowstone Girl with early speed as well. These two come right to the front of the opening strides. Hot Dame comes away in third. She's Forever is fourth. Sacre Bleu is fifth on the far outside. Yellowstone Girl has made the lead and gets over to the rail. Yellowstone Girl leads it by 3/4 of a length around the first turn. Hot Dame is second between horses by a head. She's Forever goes third up on the outside. Spy a Star shuffled to fourth against the rail ahead. Sacre Bleu is in the fifth position. Break of nearly 5 more back to Bertrada, who is in sixth. A margin of 2.5 back of her to Kentucky Pride next to last, and Miss Skycat, who trails. Opening quarter went in 23.88 seconds. Yellowstone Girl is the leader. Yellowstone Girl on top by 1.5 lengths. She's Forever second, 1.5 lengths. Spy a Star looking for some running room down toward the inside, moving up from fifth into third ahead. Sacre Bleu is fourth out in the center of the track. Hot Dame fifth between that pair. Break of 2 more to Bertrada, 4 more back of that one. Kentucky Pride. Miss Skycat last, 48.65 seconds for the opening half mile. Yellowstone Girl the leader midway on the far turn. Yellowstone Girl by 3 lengths from She's Forever. Now Spy a Star moves up second to the inside. Bertrada tries to get going. In third toward the outside. The leaders past the quarter pole. Yellowstone Girl by 3 to the top of the short stretch. Here comes Bertrada. She's 2 lengths away. She's 1.5 lengths away. Spy a Star is still third. They're coming toward the 8th pole. Bertrada trying to catch Yellowstone Girl. She's Forever third. Spy a Star is back to fourth. Yellowstone Girl narrow lead. Bertrada trying. She's Forever third. Yellowstone Girl hanging tough. Leads it by 2. By 2.5. Yellowstone Girl and Florent Giroux to win it. Bertrada was second 1/2 length. She's Forever third. Spy a Star fourth, and Hot Dame fifth.
She was going pretty easy around the turn, and she had just enough left late to keep on going and get the victory. Yellowstone Girl for Brad Cox, and Florent Giroux with another winner this afternoon.
She was very quick today with the added distance and the drop in class, but it seemed to be all the right moves for this filly. The number 6, Bertrada, she just simply ran out of real estate and probably just ran into a little bit of a better horse, but finishing second here, and a nice price of 9-1. The 7, She's Forever, rounds out the trifecta. 5, 6, 7 unofficially in race 4.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 4th race. 5, Yellowstone Girl was first. 6, Bertrada was second. 7, She's Forever third. 1, Spy a Star fourth. And 3, Hot Dame fifth. 5, 6, 7, 1, 3 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's fourth race, the unofficial winner, 5 Yellowstone Girl, owned by Madaket Stables LLC of Saul Kuman and Jason Monteleone, owned also by Wonder Stables of Joe Lohr, owned as well by Robert LaPenta. Brad Cox is the trainer and Florent Giroux the jockey. Yellowstone Girl, a 2-year-old filly by Exaggerator out of Lusaka by Distorted Humor. Winner bred in Kentucky by Fred Hertrick and John Fielding. 1 mile over the fast main track, 1 minute 42.01 seconds. 2 wins today for Brad Cox and also for Florent Giroux. Results official for Keeneland's fourth, 56713 official. Keeneland's fifth race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 5. Carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $16,223. Turf is firm, rail at 20 feet today. A reminder, in the fifth race, take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Looking to the sixth event, no changes in race 6. Seventh race, scratch the 1 surf and turf. That's the 7th race, scratch the 1 surf and turf. Featured 8th race, the Rude and Riddle Dowager, no changes. 9th and final event, scratch the 7 Southern Passage. That's the 9th and final event, scratch the 7 Southern Passage. Fast track, firm turf. Keeneland's upcoming fifth race. Number 3, Martial Law. Jockey will be Corey Lannery. Late jockey change in the fifth. Number 3, Martial Law. Corey Lannery, the jockey.
These multi-race exotic opportunities just keep coming at you. This is the start of the late pick 5 for 50 cents. Yesterday, the late pick 5 paid over $26,000, and you've got 17 minutes to put a pick 5 ticket together in a pretty wide open race. I'll go to Falkirk as my top play in here. The number 8 horse, who is currently 8-1, continues to get good prices on this gelding, and he continues to show up. And I think just the difference with him, looking at his last couple, is that they asked for speed from him in his race at Ellis Park on the 30th of August, and he just kept on going. He won that race clear by 2 lengths at 18-1. His race after that, in facing winners in an entry-level allowance race, ended up finishing second to a horse named Oak Hill. So expect this horse to be forward. He's going to have to be from that outside post. 8-1 is not indicative of how he's going to perform out on the track, in my opinion. I think he's got a big look in here in his second try in entry-level allowance company. The number 5 horse, Baker's Bay, for the Phipps stable. Shug McGahee conditions this gelding. And winner last time out, looked good doing it. We showed it to you on Today at Keeneland this morning. Really dashed away from that group at Kentucky Downs, and going from 6.5 at Kentucky Downs to a mile 16th here today will be no issue whatsoever. Really appears the light bulb has gone on with this Phipps homebred, son of More Than Ready, out of the stakes winner Abaco, Baker's Bay. Deserved favorite, in my opinion, at 3-1. And then finally, the 11 horse on the outside, Caramelito for Anamea, ran 2 good races at Kentucky Downs. Back to the 2-turn setup here today. A horse that makes a lot of sense based on those finishes that we saw from him. And at one point in time, he'd won 3 of 4 starts down at Tampa Bay Downs earlier on in the spring, and even that comeback race in the summer. So a good-looking horse, a son of Medaglia d'Oro for the Anamea operation. Adam Beschizza gets the opportunity. He's a good price of 12-1. It's a good betting race, Gabby. Really, it's going to be a tough one to win for any one of these horses, but there are some very good horses, informed horses, competing in 15 minutes.
Yeah, for sure. Although I do really like the 5 Baker's Bay. I thought he was one of the better bets of the day. He's a horse that seemingly woke up last time out. And he's also a horse that it seems like Shug McGahee has tried so many different things with him to try to get him to wake up. They tried him long on the turf, they tried him sprinting on the dirt, long on the dirt, and finally he woke up last time out. Now, his last race was the first time he raced since being gelded, and sometimes that just makes a difference. It switches, it turns the light bulb on, and it goes from a horse that doesn't really want to compete or is acting unprofessionally to, a racehorse. And I think that that's what the case was with this horse. He showed speed out of the gate. He was a completely different horse last time out. And then we also saw Telephone Talker, a horse who finished second in there. He was making a late closing bid, and this horse would not let him near him. So I like to see that competitiveness in his last race and also that speed. And do take note, Telephone Talker would come back to win a maiden special weight here at Keeneland for trainer Mike Maker. So it, too, has been a pretty productive race. The number 1 in Love for Paulo Lobo is the second selection, 7-2 on the board. I went back and watched his last race at Churchill Downs. It was going the mile against allowance competition, and he was very awkward out of the gate. Sometimes that happens when horses are making their North American debut. He hopped, he was very awkward, he kind of bounced around between horses too, and then he started to climb. It just looked like it was a learning experience for him, but he really started to figure it out late, and physically he looks like a horse that will benefit from at a distance. The mile just seems like he got lost early. The mile on a 16th, it'll be a slower pace, and he has experience, he has the rail. I just think today is going to be a completely different day for this horse from an experience standpoint and also a distance standpoint. And then finally, the 3, Martial Law for trainer Mike Stidham, is where I land with the third selection at 9-1. And I think this is a very fair price on this horse. You should be able to get every bit of that too. He's 12-1 on the morning line, but he comes out of tough races. I know his last victory came against claiming competition, but his last race he faced a Tide of the Sea, who would come back to win an allowance race here on the 7th of October at Keeneland. And honestly, I think going a mile and 5/16 at Kentucky Downs, you have to really want to run all day, and you also have to be incredibly fit. That was only his second start off of that long layoff since September of last year. So maybe he just wasn't at peak fitness in that particular race, but I'm sure he is after that. As the Kentucky Downs course is very hilly, especially when you're coming down the final stretch. So look for a big improvement from Marshall Law here at 9-1. But for me, it is the 5, Baker's Bay, hoping for back-to-back wins on form here as we're 12 minutes out from race 5.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 5th, the Hunter Valley, an allowance for 3-year-olds and up, mile and a 16th over the firm turf. Rail set at 20 feet today. Double and pick 3 wagering started the late pick 5. Carry over for the Super High 5 jackpot, $16,223. A reminder, Corey Lannery rides 3. Martial Law, Corey Lannery rides 3. Take out the also eligibles, 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Post time is 6 minutes.
5 minutes away from the start of the late pick 5 here this afternoon at Keeneland, and we'll start with the number 1 horse, In Love, the Agnes Gold gelding for Paulo Lobo. Ran a good race last time out in his U.S. debut. His victory came down in Argentina when racing on dirt at 1 mile and 1/8, and In Love getting some play at 7-2. He is a good-looking gelding as he gets set to make his second start here in the United States for Paulo Lobo.
Yeah, I had the chance to speak to Paulo Lobo just a moment ago, and he said that they really, really liked him down in Argentina. They thought that he was going to be a superstar, but in Argentina, they gelded him, and that was one of the reasons why they actually brought him to the United States. Paulo said that he learned a lot from that last race. He was awkward out of the gate, but he expects a much better performance, and I think it helps that Joe Talamo was aboard last time out, and he's back aboard today. That experience will be key.
We saw a nice stiff warm-up for Baker's Bay as he broke away from the pony right after the post parade. Let's see how he's doing right now slowing down, but a horse that showed speed at Kentucky Downs, and boy, is he a well-put-together gelding.
He is, and you and I had the opportunity to chat with Daisy Phipps just a moment ago about this horse, and she said that he really just wasn't competitive. He didn't really have his mind on racing and being competitive in the afternoon, but since they gelded him, she really thinks that the light bulb has turned on. So we will see. I still like him on track. He looks great for the connections at 7-2.
And the 10 also made a nice appearance out here. James Graham gets the opportunity. James does so well in these turf races in North America. James is just a high percentage when racing on the grass. He gets plenty of the opportunities. And Juggernaut, a nice-looking colt by Golden Sense. He's got form that you can lean on, Gabby. I mean, he was only beaten 4 1/4 lengths in the Grade 3 Kentucky Utilities Transylvania back during the summer meet. Ran a good race behind Fancy Liquor in the Caesar Stakes up at Indiana Grand. And then last time out, Kentucky Downs. You just can't hold those races against these horses. We've said it time and time and time again.
Yeah, he's coming back to Keeneland. The last time he was here, he was running against Field Pass in the Grade 3 Transylvania, so a much easier spot here today. And he also gets James Graham, and his best attribute, Scott, I think, is his speed.
3 minutes from race number 5. Again, this does start the late pick 5 for 50 cents.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fifth race, the Hunter Valley start of the late pick 5. They are at the post. They're off. There's Picasso and Baker's Bay in between horses. Juggernaut from the outside. Falkirk kicking in now as well. Falkirk moves up, puts ahead in front from Baker's Bay. Juggernaut far outside. Lemon Kick is away fourth. Picasso is in fifth down toward the inside. Carmelito sixth back toward the outside. In Love is shuffled back into seventh. Buy Me Candy alongside that one in eighth. Majestic Row is three wide in ninth and trying to move up from the back of the pack here early on. Martial Law travels along in the 10th position off the first turn. Benelux is in 11th position, goes wide off the turn onto the backstretch. Lake Nakuru is 12th and last. It was 23.26 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Falkirk is the leader up the backstretch, leading Juggernaut 3/4 of a length. Baker's Bay is now third, tucked away toward the inside, third by 3/4 of a length. Lemon Kick fourth on the outside. Picasso is fifth back toward the rail. Carmelito sixth between horses. Majestic Row stays toward the center of the course in seventh. In Love is eighth down toward the inside, 7 lengths off the lead. Buy Me Candy still alongside that one. Lake Nakuru, Martial Law far outside, and Benelux last. It was 48.32 seconds the time for the opening half mile. Midway on the far turn, Falkirk leading Juggernaut by a length, gap of 2 more. Baker's Bay is still in third and is now 4 from the front. Picasso is next toward the inside, trying to find some more running room, changes lane, 6 from the front. Falkirk the leader, Juggernaut trying but second. Baker's Bay third. Now In Love gets untracked on the far outside. In Love trying to reel in Falkirk. Falkirk against the rail. In Love is running on from the outside, draws alongside of Falkirk. In Love puts a head in front. In Love rallies to win it for Joe Talamo. Falkirk across the line in the second position. Baker's Bay was home third, then Lake Nakuru and Picasso.
Well, he sure did learn a lot from his debut at Churchill Downs back in late September, because he puts it all together here this afternoon. In Love, rambling down the lane to pick up his first victory in the United States.
Scott, this was an impressive performance because the pace really didn't come back to them here today. He was loaded the entire way under jockey Joe Talamo. He navigated his way from the rail out towards the 3-path and then had the horse to get him home. If you liked him, I think 7-2 was a very fair price. I think this horse is going to make a splash on the stakes scene moving forward.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's fifth. 1 In Love was first. 8 Falkirk was second. 5 Baker's Bay was third. 6 Lake Nakuru fourth. And 4 Picasso fifth. 18564 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's fifth race, the Hunter Valley, the unofficial winner, number 1 In Love. Owned by Bonchance Farm of Alberto Figueiredo, owned also by Stud RDI LLC of Paulo Fernando Carvalho de Oliveira. Trained by Paulo Lobo, 2 wins today for Joe Talamo. In Love, a 4-year-old gelded son of Agnes Gold out of Last Bet by No Heights, bred in Brazil by Fazenda Mondesir and Stud Rio Dois Hermaus. The mile at a 16th over the firm turf today, 1 minute 42.13 seconds, and the results of race 5 are official, 18564, the official results. Early pick 5 pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5 today. 6th race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering, start of the late pick 4. Carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $17,485. Track is fast, the turf is firm, no changes in race 6. Looking ahead to the 7th, scratch the 1, surf and turf. That's the 7th race, scratch the 1, surf and turf. Featured 8th race, Root and Riddle Dowager has no changes. 9th and final event, scratch the 7, Southern Passage. That's the 9th and final race, scratch the 7, Southern Passage. Eastern Symphony and Don't Show Weakness going at it, along with Big Biz in between that pair. Don't Show Weakness against the rail. Eastern Symphony outside. Big Biz fighting on between them into the final 16th. Don't Show Weakness fighting on with the lead. Eastern Symphony trying. Head bobbing photo for the win. FOREVERNOA 5-length lead to Irish Willow, who's trying to make up some ground down toward the inside, but the leader's moving by the 8th pole. LAVALIER third, Gesture is fourth. FOREVERNOA the leader by 5. FOREVERNOA in front past the 16th pole. Irish Willow is second. FOREVERNOA, Brian Hernandez Jr. to win it. Irish Willow will be home second. Into the final furlong they come, and it is still Pharaoh's Gold with a 2-length lead. Solomon second, a length and a half. Blue Paint is third. Pharaoh's Gold by 3. Pharaoh's Gold and Joe Talamo. Pharaoh's Gold wins it close. Trying to catch Yellowstone Girl. She's forever third. Spy a Star is back to fourth. Yellowstone Girl, narrow lead. Bertrada trying. She's forever third. Yellowstone Girl hanging tough. Leads it by 2. By 2.5. Yellowstone Girl and Florent Giroux to win it. Bertrada was second, a half length. She now In Love gets untracked on the far outside. In Love trying to reel in Falkirk. Falkirk against the rail. In Love is running on from the outside. Draws alongside of Falkirk. In Love puts a head in front. In Love rallies to win it for Joe Talamo. Falkirk across the line.
"16 minutes out from race number 6. This does start the late pick 4 50-cent minimum wager. We've seen some very good payoffs in the late pick 4 over the last couple of days, and wouldn't be surprised to see that trend continue because this is a good-looking group of young horses, many of them getting set to make their debuts. And the 3-horse Beatbox, who is the current second choice right now at odds of 3-1, is a colt by Pioneer the Nile out of the first dam Magical World. This horse was purchased last year at the Keeneland September sale for $2.1 million. He's a half to the stakes winner, half-brother to stakes winner Magic Dance, and a half-brother to the 3-time Grade 1 winner Guarana. The first dam, she is perfect with her 2-year-olds as far as racing. They've all won, and this 2-year-old getting set to make his debut. A lot of expectations, high expectations surrounding this one from day one when he was purchased for $2.1 million just down the hill in the sales pavilion here at Keeneland. Beatbox, a nice-looking horse getting ready for what looks to be a promising career ahead of him. He is my top play as he sits at 3-1. The 5-horse Inspector Frost, a colt by Frosted out of the stakes-winning mare Folk. This is a half-brother to Captivating Lass, a stakes winner, and we saw this horse finish third just behind Cousin Larry, who came back and won a race here recently at Keeneland for trainer Larry Jones. So a colt that showed a little bit of gate speed coming away from the gate. He'll go 7 furlongs today from 6.5 on debut. I think the fact that he has that 6.5 run over a lot of these first-time starters is going to be a big advantage, given the fact that many of these are with first-time starters. It's a tough place to debut is 7 furlongs. So Inspector Frost, he is 8-5 right now for trainer Brad Cox. And then finally, the 8-horse War Machine. This is a very good-looking group. Don't get me wrong, but I thought that this one really stood out there in the paddock. A colt by Warfront, who is a half-brother to Sweet Loretta, who won the Grade 1 Spinaway. He just has that classic Warfront look. That neck on him is just the defining indicator of a Warfront to me. That's what I see when I see Warfronts, and you can see how big and thick and just how perfectly balanced he is as he's getting ready for career start number 1. Gabby, this is a good-looking group, but I thought War Machine stole the show as far as looks, and he sits at 9-2.
Yeah, exactly. He does look like a typical War Front. Almost, I don't want to say he looks exactly like War of Will, but you get that same type of War Front influence. Just a beautiful looking individual in the paddock, and he's well posted for his debut. I love outside draws for first time starters at 7 furlongs, but ultimately I did land on the $2.1 million Keeneland September sales purchase, the 3 beat box Scott was mentioning, a son of Pioneer of the Nile, a half brother to Gorana, who not only is a 3-time Grade 1 winner but also a Grade 1 winner here at Keeneland, and the foals have been precocious. I like the fact that this horse has been training at Saratoga over the course of the summer, and then has 2 recent works here at Keeneland just to get acclimated here over the course. Yeah, he looks great. There's no doubt about it. He looks fit. He looks ready to go. He poses as a major threat for trainer Chad Brown. Now the 6, Tiwanaku, for trainer Steve Asmussen, a son of Tappet. And this one's out of Daisy Divine, the mare. She won the Grade 2 Fairgrounds Oaks. She was very good when she was 3 on the dirt, but she would also go on to win the Grade 1 Jenny Wiley on the turf. So she was very versatile. She was also pretty good early, and this horse clearly has been firing some bullet workouts, especially coming out of the gate. So a good-looking son of Tappet here for trainer Steve Asmussen, and a beautiful pedigree to showcase as well. And then finally, the number 8, War Machine, that first-time starter by Warfront, out of, I think I saw a Putty Cat, who, of course, makes him a half to Sweet Loretta, who, again, was precocious. Sweet Loretta, Scott mentioned, winner of the Grade 1 Spinaway at 2. She was very good at 2. So I like to at least see that precocity. Now, looking at his physical build, too, he definitely looks like a horse that will appreciate more distance. So I guess that's the only thing that I could say is, will he be ready at 7/8 for this first race, and will he be able to show some gate speed? But he is a gorgeous-looking horse here in the paddock for trainer Mike Sidham, Julian Leperoux, and the Iron. So we have some really nicely bred first-time starters in here. I think you also have to respect the 5 Inspector Frost if you're taking a look at those late pick 4 tickets, because this horse does have that one race experience, and it was a productive race. He was bet down to the favorite in that event. Cousin Larry, the second place finisher, would come back to win a maiden special weight here for Larry Jones impressively at Keeneland. So if I were playing the late pick 4 today, I'd probably use the 3 first-time starters that are very nicely bred, and of course that horse that does have race experience in the 5 Inspector Frost for Brad Cox, who already has 2 winners on today's card. We'll see if he can continue the momentum here in race 6.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's sixth race, the Indian Creek maiden special weight 2-year-olds Beard course distance about 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 4. Carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $17,485. No changes in race 6. Post time in 7 minutes.
Six minutes away from the start of the late pick 4 here at Keeneland Racecourse. And wanted to start with, right now, the longest shot on the board. That's the one, Big Power Red. He is a good-looking colt by Power Broker. Just a $50,000 purchase earlier this year for Norman Stables and Mark Norman. Scott Gellner sending him forward. He is so red. He's almost as red as his red saddlecloth out there. But just he really caught my eye for a number of reasons. He looks fit and ready for this debut. Good workouts over at the trackside training center at Churchill Downs. So watch out for him at a big number out on the board right now, 26-1 on Big Power Red. The number 5 horse, Inspector Frost, gets the second time go at it here today. Will go 7 furlongs for the first time. He's not as big as some of these other horses in here, but don't expect him to be backing down from these runners. And if he can show the same sort of gate speed that he did on debut, he should be tough. Made a nice appearance and really perked up once he got out into the track with the pony for Godolphin, Brad Cox, Florent Giroux. Florent looking for his 3rd win on the afternoon here at Keeneland. And then finally, War Machine. Can't get enough of looking at this Son of War front. He's just so well put together. He's got just, to me, the perfect head, perfect balance. A Son of War front, half to the Grade 1 winner, Sweet Loretta, looks well on debut as he sits at 9-2. These are some youngsters that you'll hear some noise from moving forward. Make sure you pay attention to this race because it's going to be very beneficial to build off of it from your handicapping and referencing future races and likely future stakes races. And right now, the favorite continues to be the number 5 horse, and that is Inspector Frost for Godolphin. But also, he got the 3 Beatbox, the $2.1 million Keeneland September sales graduate, making his debut for trainer Chad Brown.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's sixth race. The Indian Creek started the late pick 4. They are at the post. And they're off. Seas Get Degrees comes right out running for the early lead. Beatbox is there between horses. Here comes War Machine and Spectre Frost kicking in from in between horses. Seas Get Degrees has the early advantage, and Spectre Frost is drawing right alongside, though, to challenge for the top spot. Gap of 2. Beatbox will rate behind that pair from third position early on. War Machine drops back into the fourth position. A gap of 2 more to Wick, who's fifth, a half length outside of Tawanakue, who is sixth back toward the rail. And then Big Power Red, who's in seventh. Matt Zini, last of the 8, 23.11 seconds the time for the opening quarter. And Spectre Frost, the leader. Beatbox goes to second around the outside of Seas Get Degrees. 2 lengths separate the top 2. Further back, War Machine is in fourth position, followed by Wick on the outside. And then Tawanakue back toward the rail. Big Power Red, Matt Zini at the back. Inspector Frost, the leader by 2 lengths around the far turn. Beatbox trying to get him. And then Seas Get Degrees is third, still there toward the inside. Gap of 5 back to Tawanakue. Tawanacue, who's fourth and looking toward the center of the track. Wick is fifth. Inspector Frost the leader. Inspector Frost in front by 3. Beat Box is still in the second position. Awkward move there in the stretch. Here comes Tawanacue moving by to the outside to take second. Tawanacue is running on after Inspector Frost, but still 3 lengths between them. Inspector Frost at the 16th pole, hanging tough by 3. Tawanacue is in second. Mazzini from far back to third. Then Big Power Red and also Wick, but no catching Inspector Frost. Inspector Frost 3 wins for Florent Giroux today, and then it was Tawanacue who was across the line in second, and then Mazzini and Wick and Big Power Red.
Inspector Frost just kept on going with that race under his belt at 6.5 furlongs at Churchill Downs. He took some challenges and dusted them away as he wins convincingly here. This colt by Frost at a homebred for Godolphin, trained by Brad Cox.
Sometimes experience is key, and this horse did have that, but a good runner-up performance by the 6 Tawanacue, a horse to watch out for in his next start. That makes it 3 wins on the day for jockey Florent Giroux and 3 wins on the day for Brad Cox. Congratulations to the connections here. The 5 Inspector Frost breaks his maiden in the 6th.
Unofficial results for Keeneland's 6th race. The 5 Inspector Frost was first. 6 Tawanacue was second. The 2 Mazzini was third. 7 Wick was fourth. And 1 Big Power Red was fifth. 5, 6, 2, 7, 1 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 6th race, the Indian Creek, the unofficial winner, number 5, Inspector Frost, owned by Godolphin LLC of Mohammed Al Maktoum and others. 3 wins today for Brad Cox, 3 wins for Florent Giroux, and 2 for that combo. Inspector Frost, a 2-year-old son of Frosted out of Folk by Quiet American, bred in Kentucky by Godolphin. Beard course, about 7 furlongs, 1 minute 29.23 seconds. Sixth race results official, 5-6-2-7-1 the official results. Keeneland 7th upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $19,202. Scratch the one Surf and Turf. Number one Surf and Turf is a scratch. A reminder, this race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Looking ahead to the featured 8th race, the Rude and Riddle Dowager has no changes. The 9th and final event, Scratch the 7 Southern Passage. 9th race, Scratch the 7 Southern Passage. Fast track, firm turf.
19 minutes away from the final pick three, start of the final pick three opportunity here this afternoon at Keeneland Racecourse. Race number 7 to be running a mile and a 16th on the main track. 50,000 claimers, non-winners of 2 lifetime. There is a scratch of the number 1 horse, Surf and Turf. And the favorite is the 3-horse Sharecropper, as Brad Cox and Florent Giroux look for yet another win on what has been a successful afternoon for that tandem. But this is a look right now at my top selection, Motagali for Shadwell Stable, and trainer Chad Brown. Hasn't raced in 3 months. Last seen at Ellis Park, was the beaten favorite on that afternoon, but had a further outside draw. Tough to win from those outside draws in that Ellis Park 1 mile configuration, but showed speed that day and then ultimately ended up finishing second, beaten 2 1/4 lengths. Tyler Gaffalione gets the call here today, 2-1 on Motagali, just showing us that this is probably going to be the level that he needs to break through and pick up win number 2 of his career, and not jumping into an A other than into much tougher company. So I like the placement here by Chad Brown for Shadwell Stable on this colt by Union Rags. Then we go to the number 3 horse, Sharecropper for Brad Cox. Look, I mean, you can't ignore anything that Brad Cox is leading over here to compete right now at Keeneland Racecourse. The barn is just firing on all cylinders. And here's a horse, too, that gets back to the main track off of 2 tries against Allowance Company. I like the aggressive spotting for $50,000 here, looking to get that second lifetime win. Florent Giroux with several wins here this afternoon already. 8-5 makes sense on Sharecropper, the way that this operation is going right now, especially as mentioned with Brad Cox. And then Vassariano on the outside, a colt by Bernardini, who broke his maiden just a few days back, actually, on the 2nd of October, comes back to tackle this group. We'll see if that win, he can build off of that, because I do think he's going to have to improve against this group, showing that speed that he put on display on that race on the 2nd of October. We'll see what he's about from this outside draw. He's going to have to be hustled away from there and try to get that position into the first turn, as we take a look at Steve Asmussen leading him around the paddock here for race number 7. So, Gabby, a good way to start the final pick 3 opportunity of the day, but it's all about Brad Cox right now. That's what the public is focusing their attention on.
Yeah, well, if they focused their attention on him so far today, they would be paid handsomely so far, as Brad Cox already has 3 winners, as well as Florent Giroux. The 7 horse is where I land. Motagali, Scott and I are on the same page here. I just thought that his last race was okay, though he was second to All West, who has been competing against 2 other than allowance types as of late. But the horse that he did beat in there did come back to win an allowance race in his next start. But my thinking is that, well, if he's not going to win an allowance race at Ellis in the middle of July, he's probably not going to win an allowance race in Kentucky beyond that when the waters get a little bit deeper. So this is just the right placement for this horse, and he does have speed for Tyler Gaffalione to get him to be forwardly placed at the distance of a mile and a 16th. The 6 First Rate was a horse that I wanted to use in the exacta just to make the exacta hopefully pay a little bit better than if you had the 3 Sharecropper in there. First Rate has the numbers to figure in here. He was a little bit closer to the pace last time out. The pace seemingly did collapse, as looking at Liberty did close from well off of the pace, but this horse was competitive at Saratoga in those starter allowance races, those starter $50,000 allowance races, which came up to be pretty tough. So I thought that if he could kind of translate the form that we saw at Saratoga, he could be in the mix here, and it'll be a question of whether or not that pace scenario does come back to him today, as he is going to be closing late from off of the pace. And then the 3 Sharecropper, I just don't know what to make of this horse with regard to where he will be placed early. This is a horse who didn't have any speed on the main track earlier in his career, and now on the turf, he seemingly has woken up, or at least in terms of his running style. Now, I know it was a slow pace at Ellis Park, but he still managed to duel on the front end. And then when they added distance to the mile and 5/16, he was forwardly placed or on the lead in that race too. So I'm curious to see if the speed does translate back to the main track here today. I think that would probably be the best case scenario for this horse, because his performances have gotten better on the turf, but also since he's been able to be forwardly placed. So we'll see what Florent Giroux can do today, as he is aboard for trainer Brad Cox. It's going to be 7-6-3 for me, the top 3, as we get closer to race 7.
horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th race. 3-year-olds and up, a $50,000 claiming price, a mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $19,202. A reminder, scratch the 1 Surf and Turf. Number 1 Surf and Turf scratched. Post time is 7 minutes.
Six minutes away from race number 7 here at Keeneland Racecourse, and there's a look at the favorite, 9-5 on Sharecropper. He's certainly looked fit and ready to go and should be off of his most recent couple of starts.
Yeah, it looks big, powerful-looking horse. But, Scott, I'm going to play devil's advocate here because this horse is 9-5 and probably will be the heavy favorite. I think his success has come not only on the turf, but also his ability to sit close to slow paces and at longer distances. And I just wonder if he is, in fact, a little bit of a one-paced horse, and if he's going to get the right type of trip today. He's a big, has a slow, lumbering stride, and I just don't think he's going to get the same type of pace scenarios today as he's had in the last 2.
It's a fair point. We'll see how it works out. There's the number 6 horse, First Rate. Boy, did he really perk up and start prancing when he came out for the post braid, and there he is warming up. He's a son of Honor Code, not quite as big as the Honor Codes that we're used to seeing, but he's a horse that likes to sit just off the pace and make a run at him, and he's been going 1 mile and an 1/8, backs up to 1 mile and a 16th last time out, and gets the opportunity to do it again here today. I just liked his attitude and the way that he was carrying himself when he came out onto the track.
Yeah, he did. He was he looked a little bit racy as he was coming out to the track, but I like to see him get a good warm-up under Manny Franco. He's got his ears forward, all positive signs for this horse on track.
Is the 7 then the one that can steal this race out on the front end if, in fact, the favorite doesn't make the lead?
I think so. And looking at him, though, Scott, he is getting a bit warm. I don't know if I quite recall this. It's been a while since I've seen this horse or remember seeing him. But he is getting warm, and it is a cool, cool day. So it's something to take note of. But, maybe that's not necessarily a bad thing. Maybe that just means that he's sharp. And if that's what that is, then he's probably going to be on the lead.
And then finally, the 9, the Asmussen runners always look so well turned out. Vassariano on this quick turnaround, coming back in 16 days after he broke his maiden. What are your thoughts on this colt?
I thought he took advantage of a paceless race with a decent draw and an easy field going wire to wire last time out. But he looks great on track today. And maybe it's a scenario where this horse just woke up, and maybe it's a scenario where he doesn't necessarily need the lead, Scott. So at a price at 6-1, I actually kind of like him here.
It's a good race. Final pick 3 opportunity of the afternoon, 4 minutes to post.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th race. First wire, they are at the post. They're off. There goes First Rate. There's Sharecropper. There's Vasariano. Vasariano moves up from the extreme outside and now takes the lead heading into the first turn. Sharecropper going to quickly move over toward the rail. There goes Magic Michael up on the outside into second. Around Sharecropper in third toward the inside. In fact, Motagali going to pick up one spot at Sharecropper's expense as well around the first turn. Then a break of 3 more lengths back to First Rate, who settles down toward the rail in fifth. Indian Counselor sixth. Gap of 4 more lengths then to Painter Party in seventh. And Looking High is eighth and last off the first turn up the backstretch. 23.85 seconds. Time for the opening quarter. Vasariano the leader. Vasariano against the rail leads it by 3/4 of a length. Magic Michael second a half length. Motagali is third up on the far outside. And then Sharecropper, who's back toward the inside in fourth, nearly 3 from the front, fourth by just a half length. And there goes Indian Counselor, carefully moving up in between horses now to challenge for that fourth position. First Rate joins him from sixth on the far outside, gap of 2 more. Back to Painter Party, 5 more back of that one to Looking High, who's last. It was 48.87 seconds the time for the opening half mile. They're bunching for the lead. Motagali has the lead on the far turn. Magic Michael is second, just a neck off the leader. Vasariano is dropping back. Sharecropper, let's see what he can do. He's third. He's 5 from the front, though, as they turn into the short stretch. First Rate is fourth on his outside. Motagali, the one to catch. Motagali comes toward the 8th pole with a 2-length lead. Sharecropper goes second. First Rate is in third. Magic Michael is fourth back toward the inside. Sharecropper trying to reel in Motagali, but Motagali has him by 3 past the 16th pole. Sharecropper final try. First Rate is third. Motagali wins it for Tyler Gaffalione. Sharecropper's second. First Rate was home third. Indian Counselor fourth, and then Painter Party.
Good position early on for Motagali and Shadwell Stable. The Shadwell Stable colt who wins this one very convincingly, Gabby. And then once he put the horses away, he found a little bit more here to hold off the late charge of the 3, who, great call by you on him not being able to make the lead here today.
Yeah, at this distance, he just wasn't able to get into that position, but he was closing late here, and you could actually see Tyler Gaffalione doing a little bit of race riding. He came out just a path or two to intimidate the 3, Sharecropper, who was closing in late, but he definitely had the horse, and this horse, Motagali, seemingly got a second wind as well in the later stages of the stretch. So he gets the victory here at 2-1. It is 7-3-6-4 in race 7.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 7th race. 7 Motagali was first. 3 Sharecropper was second. 6 First Rate was third. 4 Indian Counselor fourth. And 5 Painter Party fifth. 73645 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 7th race, 7 Motagali, owned by the Shadwell stable of Hamdan Al Maktoum, trained by Chad Brown. Tyler Gaffalione, the jockey. Motagali, 4-year-old son of Union Rags out of Baby J by JBK, bred in Kentucky by Lynn Schiff. Mile and a 16th over the fast main track, 1 minute 45.97 seconds. Race 7, results official, 73645, the official results for Keeneland's 7th race. There will be a carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot for the next eligible race of $20,872. Keeneland's 8th race is upcoming. This will start the last of the day's rolling doubles, the featured 29th running of the Rood and Riddle Dowager Stakes, a Grade 3. The turf is firm, rail at 20 feet. No changes in race 8. Looking ahead to the 9th race, again, race 9 is where you will find that $20,000 carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot. And in the 9th race, scratch the 7 Southern Passage. 9th race, scratch 7 Southern Passage.
In 1982, Rood and Riddle Equine Hospital is a worldwide leader in equine healthcare, providing a full menu of specialties of services and treatment for all breeds and disciplines of horses, from the family companion to the high-performance athlete. Learn more today about Rood and Riddle Equine Hospital. Visit roodandriddle.com or call 888-773-4838.
"19 minutes away from the 8th race, the featured event on this Sunday card here at Keeneland Racecourse. It's the Rood and Riddle Dowager Stakes, Grade 3 company, a mile and a half for these fillies and mares. That is the test that they'll be put up against here this afternoon. And right now, Blame Debbie, no surprise, she's 8-5 on the board right now. This daughter of Blame for Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners is looking for her second win in a row. That race at Kentucky Downs, she was DQ'd and placed third. She bounced out of that, replicated that effort, and pulled off the victory here at Keeneland just 16 days ago. I love the comeback here as far as the quick turnaround for this filly. Just goes to show you that she has to be doing good. Otherwise, Graham Motion wouldn't pull the trigger on this. But this filly stepping up in trip shouldn't be an issue with the way that she runs. And she is a daughter of Blame out of the Breeders' Cup Classic winner Invasor. So plenty of stamina pedigree for Blame Debbie as she gets a test here against Grade 3 company in the Rood and Riddle Dowager Stakes. The number 5 horse is my second choice, Siberian Iris for Richard Mandela. And this just simply has to do with competition. She's faced better runners as of late, and I think that this is a bit of class relief for her. She ran against the boys in the San Juan Capistrano, a 1 3/4 mile event at Santa Anita at the end of June, and she was second on that afternoon in that field of 8. So distance is not going to be an issue whatsoever. Comes off of a Kentucky Downs race. You got Florent Giroux, who's got 3 wins on the card. A lot to expect of this filly, but she deserves the attention that she's getting right now at the window. She's 2-1 as the clear second choice, Siberian Iris, the Irish-bred daughter of X Celebration. And then the number 4 horse, Always Shopping, at 4-1. We'll see what she's able to do. She might be the pace setter in this race, the daughter of Awesome again, as she looks for her second win in a row. So a very good run from her last time out to pick up that stakes win. We'll see if she can keep it going here today. But it's about Blame Debbie for me, Gabby, looking for her second win during this Keeneland fall meet.
Well, it's about Always Shopping for me. And Always Shopping, she did finally get her first turf win last time out. She's bred to like the surface, though. She's out of Stop Charging Maria, who was second in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf. She was a very versatile mare, and I think that this filly is the same thing. She can run well on the dirt, turf, anywhere, and she is also a Grade 2 winner on the dirt. But her last race, I thought, was a little bit better than what it might just appear on paper. Number one, she stalked from off of the pace, and the pace held together. She just completely ran down the second-place finisher in Bienville Street. And within the race, she also beat Kelsey's Cross, who earlier in the year, she actually finished second to Starship Jubilee at Tampa in the Grade 2 Hillsborough Stakes. So it was quality competition in that race, graded stakes quality competition. So I think she can take the step up, and I do think that she will be on the lead here today. The 2 Blame Debbie, though, won't be far behind her, and she should be respected off of her last race. She looked excellent last time out. She came out of the race in very good shape. Otherwise, she wouldn't be in a position like this, and she looks just as good as she did last time out. So the question is whether or not she will be more effective at the 1.5 mile distance, as her last victory came at 1 1/8 miles. I think it's going to be a different style of running, but I do think that she is a major, major threat in this race, is getting back-to-back victories here at the fall meeting. And then the 5, Siberian Iris, is another one. I just don't know if the pace scenario is to her favor today. She is a filly that likes to take well back from off of the pace and make that one move into the pace, and I just don't see that coming to fruition. I don't see the pace coming back to her, but she is the class. She is a filly that's gone against grade 1 competition, graded stakes competition. So, you know, it could be argued that she is the class of the race. I did want to mention one more horse, and that's the 6, Naomi Broadway. I mentioned this earlier. It's a 6-horse field, but there is so much going on in this race, including her. I talked to Paula Lobo just a few moments ago, and he told me that her last workout was so impressive that gave him confidence to supplement into this particular race. And he also said that she might not be 100% fit to go a 1.5 miles today, as her only start came last time out at a mile. But he said she is a filly that can, or mare I should say, that can run all day. So that was another reason why he just decided to take a shot and run her here, because sometimes you don't necessarily have to be the fittest to go a 1.5 miles. You just have to keep on going if others can't quite go this far. So I thought she had a look of a very intriguing long shot here, especially listening to some of the positive comments coming from Paulo Lobo. So the 6, Naomi Broadway, on the board at 9-1. We are 14 minutes out from the featured event, the Grade 3 Root and Riddle Dowager.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's featured 8th race, 29th running of the Rood and Riddle Dowager Stakes. A Grade 3 for fillies and mares age 3 and up at 1.5 miles on the firm turf, the rail at 20 feet. No scratches, no jockey changes. This will start the last of the day's rolling doubles. Post time in 8 minutes. Now the post parade for the Rood and Riddle Dowager. One is With Dignity, owned by Whittam Thoroughbreds LLC of Janice Whittam, trained by Ian Wilkes. The jockey is Julian Leperoux. 2, Blame Debbie, owned by Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners of Aaron Wellman, owned also by Michael Clunan and Tim Thornton, trained by Graham Motion, Manny Franco to ride. 3, Overthinking, owned by G. Watts Humphrey Jr., trained by Victoria Oliver. Rafael Bejarano is up. 4, Always Shopping, owned by the Rapoli stable of Mike Rapoli, trained by Todd Pletcher. The jockey is Tyler Gaffalione. 5, Siberian Iris, owned by Calumet Farm of Brad Kelly. The trainer is Richard Mandela. The jockey, Florent Giroux. And 6, Naomi Broadway, owned by the Brownwood Farm LLC of Stanley Bergman, trained by Paulo Lobo. The jockey is Joe Talamo. The featured Rood and Riddle Dowager, coming up in 6 minutes.
There's a look at the second choice now in the wagering. Blame Debbie, the Keeneland graduate who's looking for her second win in just over 2 weeks' time here at Keeneland Racecourse. And she is a filly that has really come on in her most recent starts. She's really found her stride late in these races and pulled off that win very convincingly back on October 12th right here at Keeneland Racecourse. And she looked bright and healthy and fit, as you would expect with the filly that has had the campaign that she's had so far. So we'll see how she does on the stretch out in distance here today. But my expectation is that she'll be just fine. Otherwise, Graham Motion would not be having her compete against this Grade 3 group. The number 4 horse, Always Shopping, not surprisingly, a really nice-looking filly. There she is warming up for Mike Rapoli, a homebred from his graded stakes winner, Stop Shopping Maria, the filly by Awesome Again. And she has found a home on turf in her turf starts. She's run 2 good races, and we'll see how she does here this afternoon with Tyler Gaffalione. Thought she really looked well out there as she gets ready for this Grade 3 on the grass course. And then finally, the number 6 horse, Naomi Broadway. She's not the biggest filly, mare rather. She's a daughter of Salto, Brazilian bred. She's a 2-time winner, just the 1 start this year. But we'll see how she fares on the step up and trip. I don't think it'll be an issue. She looks like a filly that can run all day as she sits at odds of 8-1. So a good race coming up. Our Sunday feature, the 29th running of the Rood and Riddle Dowager Stakes. They'll start on the backstretch and make it 1.5 miles on the turf course here today, which is listed as firm.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's featured 8th race, the 29th running of the Rood and Riddle Dowager Stakes, Grade 3. They are at the post. They're off in the Rood and Riddle Dowager Stakes. Awkward beginning there for Naomi Broadway, who drops out to the back. Blame Debbie away in good order. Gets over next to the rail and leads here in the opening strides. Leads by a length and a half. As always, Shopping comes away from the gate in the second position. And a gap of 2 to With Dignity third by a head. Siberian Iris fourth on her outside, followed by Overthinking in fifth. And then Naomi Broadway sixth and last. The field moves around the far turn. Blame Debbie will set the tempo here early on. Blame Debbie leads it by a length and a half. Always Shopping is second by 2. And then With Dignity, third back toward the inside by a length and a half. It's followed by Siberian Iris, who's fourth toward the outside. Overthinking is against the rail in fifth. And Naomi Broadway is last of the 6, just over 1 lap to go in the Rood and Riddle Dowager. 26.66 seconds the time for that first quarter. And Blame Debbie is the leader. Blame Debbie in front for Manny Franco, 3/4 of a length. Here's Always Shopping inching forward a closer second after an opening half mile in 53.68 seconds. With Dignity is third back toward the inside by a neck. Siberian Iris moves up a closer fourth on the outside. Overthinking fifth back toward the rail. And Naomi Broadway is sixth right alongside of her. Blame Debbie all the while is the leader. Blame Debbie leads it by a length as they head off the turn and onto the backstretch once again. Always Shopping still just off her flank in second by a length and a half. And then With Dignity is in the third position, 3/4 of a length. Siberian Iris is next. Overthinking, Naomi Broadway at the back. Field of 6 heading up the backstretch on a Sunday afternoon at Keeneland in the Rood and Riddle Dowager with Blame Debbie the leader. Always Shopping, the closest threat. Less than a length separate the top 2. Then a gap of 2 to With Dignity and third by a neck. Siberian Iris fourth up on the outside. Overthinking is next to last, still joined by Naomi Broadway at the back, who's 5 from the front. Into the final turn they go. Blame Debbie the leader. Once again, here comes Always Shopping. Blame Debbie to the inside. Always Shopping to the outside. A half length separate the top 2. Then a gap of 2 With Dignity tries to pick up the chase from third, 3/4 of a length. Siberian Iris fourth. Overthinking to the rail fifth. Naomi Broadway last last of the 6th, they turn for home. Blame Debbie and Always Shopping now on even terms. A gap of 3 back to With Dignity in third. Always Shopping and Blame Debbie going at it for the lead in the final furlong of the Rude and Riddle Dowager. Blame Debbie inside. Always Shopping is there on the outside. Blame Debbie, Always Shopping. They battle the length of the home stretch at the wire. It will be Blame Debbie for Manny Franco in the Rude and Riddle Dowager.
What an unbelievable effort from Blame Debbie on the 16-day turnaround. The filly was always had company with Always Shopping, always right there putting pressure on her. And once they lay it down, Gabby, she may have passed her one head or a couple of strides, but on the inside, Blame Debbie battles back to get this victory after a 1.5-mile journey.
I don't know, Scott. Blame Debbie was so game here today. I don't know if she ever let the 4 Always Shopping by her. She was game as ever. And a different running style today. Manny Franco putting her on the lead, and that didn't seem to matter. This is a superb filly. She can win at 1 1/8. She can win at 1.5 miles. Anywhere she is competitive. Congratulations to the Connections. Blame Debbie with the win in the Grade 3 Dowager.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's featured 8th race. The 2 Blame Debbie was first. 4 Always Shopping was second. 1 With Dignity third. And 3 Overthinking was fourth. 2, 4, 1, 3 unofficial. Keeneland's featured 8th race, 29th running of the Rude and Riddle Dowager Grade 3. Number 2, Blame Debbie, the winner. Owned by Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners of Aaron Wellman. Owned also by Michael Clunan and Tim Thornton. Trained by Graham Motion, Manny Franco, the jockey. Blame Debbie, a 3-year-old filly by Blame out of Jadwa by Envisor. The winner bred at Kentucky by Tim Thornton and Tony Holmes. 12 furlongs over a course listed as firm today in 2 minutes 34.74 seconds. Results of the featured 8th race official, 2-4-1-3, the official results for Keeneland's featured 8th. Now the trophy presentation, the Rude and Riddle Dowager Grade 3. Dr. Rahul Bross makes the presentation to the connections of number 2, Blame Debbie. Keeneland's 9th and final race upcoming. Main track's fast. Scratch the 7, Southern Passage. 7, Southern Passage, a scratch. Carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $20,872.
Blame Debbie for the second time this meet picks up a win and picks up a Grade 3 victory here in the Rude and Riddle Dowager Stakes. Manny Franco aboard her. Manny, how game was she down the lane for you in that battle that you were having with Tyler Gaffleone?
And she was so nice and so game in the lead. As soon as she felt the horse coming by the 516 pole through the wire, she never let that one pass her. And I was really pleased, I was just riding through the wire, and she responded to me the whole way.
How relaxed was she early on in the race for you?
And she was pretty nice. She made the lead. I hustled out of that to see what's going on, and they let me go. And so when she was on the lead, she just put her ears up, and she was galloping along the whole way, and she was there for me the whole way.
Congrats on a good weekend here at Keeneland. Manny Franco, win rider. Jane Buchanan, part of the team of Graham Motion. And Jane, what were you thinking as you were watching this race develop and her getting to the lead and the slow pace and the other filly always shopping, always right there hounding her?
Well, I think initially we were like, whoa, Manny, slow down. And then he did, and he got her settled brilliantly. And then when we obviously always shopping came into contention with us, it was like, oh no. And then sure, he rode her brilliantly, and she just dug in. She's really game.
Very, very game.
Yeah.
Congratulations, guys. What a victory from Blame Debbie. And in fact, this filly is cataloged in the upcoming Keeneland November sale. Hip number 1310, consigned by Blue Water Sales. 13 minutes away from the 9th. And, Gabby, we were just watching the head-on of the Rood and Riddle Dowager Stakes. Plenty of contact between those two fillies. That was one heck of a race. That's been the hallmark of this meeting at Keeneland for this fall meet. These incredible finishes, and we just saw one of the better ones in the Rood and Riddle Dowager.
Yeah, it's hard to make a top 5, Scott, because we've just had so many incredible performances over the course of the past couple of weeks here during the fall meet, and that was definitely one of them. Blame Debbie was so game down on the inside, so congratulations to them. Scott, it's time for the Get Out race. What do you have here?
All right, well, Warrior in Chief is where I go to begin with. Warrior in Chief, a Cantheros colt for Kenny McPeak, who's put together some fast workouts here at Keeneland. McPeak, 7% with first-time starters, doesn't win a lot, but can bring a horse over here first time out and win. And you got to think that this horse is ready to go based on these workouts. This Keeneland graduate brought $140,000 at the Keeneland September sale of 2019, and I've always been a fan of Cantheros. So 2-1 with Robbie Alvarado. Getting another opportunity for Kenny McPeak. They've found each other again here off of that Swiss Skydiver success in the Preakness Stakes. It's good to see this team going, and I think that this colt will be ready to roll. Looks good out there and is currently sitting at 2-1. Seminole Beach, another first-time starter, is my second choice. This is another Keeneland September sales graduate from 2019. Was purchased for $240,000, has a series of workouts that suggest that he should be ready to go as well. So he looks calm down there in the paddock, 5-1, as he's getting attention down from the 8-1 morning line. And then finally, the number 2 horse, Blushin' Street Devil for William Dees, a gelding by Street Boss, who tries dirt for the first time. He ran well enough on the turf and showed some speed there. Street Boss, I think that you gravitate more towards dirt with those runners, with the offspring of Street Boss out of a Corinthian mare, but also already seen that this horse has some ability and race advantage. We saw it come into play in the other 2-year-old race going 7 furlongs with the Brad Cox runner. He had a race under his belt, 7 furlongs. It's a tough spot to debut a horse, but so that might be the advantage that Blushin' Street Devil has over these first-time starters that are getting bet.
A good-looking son of Street Boss down in the paddock. I did go in a different direction here. The number 5, Thrown for a Loop for trainer Jeff Barkley. This horse gets back to the dirt after 2 back-to-back performances on the turf, but he did debut at Ellis Park over a muddy track going 5 furlongs, and he actually showed a lot of speed that day. He ultimately finished 3rd in that maiden special weight, but I think it's very interesting that he comes back to the main track today with foundation underneath of him. It is a question of whether or not he'll be able to have stamina to go the 7 furlong distance, but I do think he will be on the lead and say, catch me if you can, especially with the presence of James Graham, who is one of the best gate riders and speed riders here in Lexington, Kentucky. So the 5, Thrown for a Loop, is going to be the top pick, but the 6, Warrior in Chief, has an interesting pedigree. They paid $140,000 for this horse at the Keeneland September sale, a son of Cantheros, and out of On Reflection, the mare is a half to Savvy Street, who actually won the Miraclewood Stakes at Laurel Park. So decent pedigree there to suggest that this horse could be okay early and could be okay on this surface today. And then finally, the 8, Sound the Charge, my third selection, first-time starter by Will Take Charge. He's out of the mare Fortunia, who actually went, she was grade 3 place going long on the turf. Now she has not had any foals to race just yet, and I wonder if this horse might need more distance in the future, but he definitely looks well prepared for the connections today. A good-looking son of Will Take Charge. So the 8, Sound the Charge, making his career debut after a couple of nice workouts. One in particular was the workout back on the 7th of October at Churchill Downs. Best out of 21 that day, 46-4 for the 4 furlong drill. So he's got some sneaky good workouts in the morning, and he looks well prepared. Good outside post position considering the distance. We'll see what he can do in his first start here today as riders are up for the 9th and final.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's ninth and final race, the Elm Tree. Maiden special weight for 2-year-olds. Beard course, about 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch the 7, Southern Passage. Number 7 is scratched. Carryover, $20,872 for the Super High Five jackpot. Post time in just 6 minutes.
Five minutes away from the nightcap, more 2-year-old action, 7 furlongs the distance. There's a look at Big in the City. Nice looking horse out there. Colt by Trap Shot, who has a race under his belt. He was a big price up at Canterbury in that race that was actually quickly run, 110 flat. So we'll see if he's able to deal with this inside draw. That's Big in the City, who is 6-1 right now.
Yeah, I guess that would be my only concern. I think he'll benefit from added distance today. Scott, 7 furlongs looks ideal given his physical makeup, but the rail, he just seems like a big gangly type of horse, and I just wonder if he's going to be able to be agile enough to figure out a trip from that post.
Blush and Street Devil, the number 2 horse, he looked good out there as well. This is the gelding by Street Boss that we talked about over on the other side. Has those 2 runs on turf and makes the dirt debut this afternoon, 5-1 for William Dees, who trains and owns this son of Street Boss out of the Corinthian mare, Chokolowski.
Now, he's a completely different physical than the one Big in the City. This horse looks very sprinter type. He's very rounded out in his hindquarters. He's very strong. And I guess my concern for him would be, Scott, is he better at, say, 3/4 than 7/8?
The number 6 horse, Warrior in Chief, who is 2-1. He could not wait to get going. In fact, his pony rider and him and Robbie Alvarado broke away from the post parade just to get going because he was so revved up and ready to go. He is certainly feeling good, and he looks good out there for his debut.
Yeah, and he kind of looks like a 7/8 type of horse, really kind of long in the back, elongated features, but from looking at some of his workouts, at least on paper, and then watching him on track, Scott, I wouldn't be surprised if he shows speed out of the gate.
And then the 8, Sound the Charge, for Donnie K. Von Hemel and Joe Rocco Jr., a Will Take Charge gelding that's got some very quick workouts between Remington Park and Oklahoma City, and most recently at Churchill, worked 46-4 on the 7th of October.
Yeah, those workouts are no joke, and you can see him in the flesh. He looks incredibly fit and a lot of definition to his body, his shoulder, behind the saddle as well. And he's got the physical size to him, too, to suggest that he should be okay at 7 furlongs. A good outside post position. Scott, I prefer him out of any in this field.
It's a good group. 2 minutes to post the nightcap here at Keeneland.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 9th and final race, the Elm Tree. They are at the post. And they're off. Thrown for a loop, and Blushing Street Devil have speed. Mosquito Royale and Sound the Charge. And also Warrior in Chief up close to the opening pace as well. Sound the Charge, Mosquito Royale from the outside. They come forward together. They go 1-2. Thrown for a loop is third down toward the inside. Warrior in Chief is fourth upon the outside. Then Blushing Street Devil is fifth between horses. Big in the City is sixth down toward the inside. Q is seventh. A gap of 8 more lengths then to Seminole Beach, who is last as they head for the far turn. 22.92 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Thrown for a loop, moves up, puts ahead in front. Sound the Charge is right alongside, though. Big in the City goes third. Blushing Street Devil is in fourth between horses. There's Warrior in Chief, going to have to go wide from fifth, 4 lengths off the lead. Q is back there in the sixth position, followed by Mosquito Royale, who's now seventh. Seminole Beach is eighth. Midway on the far turn, it's Sound the Charge, who's threatening to open up here. In fact, has by 3.5, 4 lengths. Here comes Warrior in Chief, though, going to try to do something about it. Just over a quarter mile to go. Warrior in Chief to second. Blushing Street Devil is third. Big in the City is fourth. Thrown for a loop is fifth. Sound the Charge, a 3-length lead coming toward the eighth pole. Warrior in Chief needs to find more and find it quickly. Blushing Street Devil is third toward the inside. Big in the City is in fourth, and Seminole Beach to fifth. Sound the Charge, final furlong. Chased by Big in the City now, who's coming forward to second. Sound the Charge, 16th pole, a 5-length lead. Back to Big in the City, and then Seminole Beach down to the line. Can Sound the Charge hang on? The others are coming. Here's the wire. Oh, that's going to be a photo for the win in the nightcap. You've got Sound the Charge, who was there. You had Seminole Beach coming, and you had Big in the City between that pair.
Sound the Charge dashing away from him just before the quarter pole and opens up by 5, Gabby. But the question is, does he hold on? Because here comes the 1, Big in the City, as well as the 3 on the outside, Seminole Beach.
This horse was sharp out of the gate today, and those quick workouts definitely translated to the afternoon. But you're right, the 1 and the 3, the cavalry charge, is coming late as we're getting closer and closer to the wire. If a horse beats him, it's the 3 on the outside. What do you think, Scott?
I think the 8 holds on. Let's take another look at it. That big white blaze searching for the wire, reaching for the wire, and then here comes the 3 on the outside. He holds.
For sure.
Photo for the win. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's ninth and final race. 8 Sound the Charge finished first in the photo. 3 Seminole Beach was second. 1 Big in the City third. 6 Warrior in Chief was fourth. And 2 Blush and Street Devil was fifth. 83162 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's ninth, the Elm Tree. The unofficial winner, number 8, Sound the Charge, owned by Norma Lee Stockseth and Todd Dunn, trained by Donnie Von Hemel, Joe Rocco Jr., the jockey. Sound the Charge, a 2-year-old gelded son of Will Take Charge out of Fortunia by Lawada Santa Mo, bred in Kentucky by Janine Oliver. Beard course, about 7 furlongs, 1 minute 30.66 seconds over the fast main track. Ninth race, results official. 83162, the official results for Keeneland's ninth race. At Keeneland, the pick 6 pays on 6 of 6 with a consolation 5 of 6. Late pick 5 on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. There will be a carryover for Wednesday's program for the Super High 5 jackpot, $24,224. 24,224, the carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot when live racing resumes here on Wednesday, 1:05 p.m. Eastern. With the conclusion of today's Keeneland races, simulcast wagering will be ending and the mutual windows closing. If you plan to wager on any remaining races for today, please do so at this time, and we thank you. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, also for Rude and Riddle, thank you and good evening.
More exciting finishes here on this Sunday card at Keeneland Racecourse for the fall meet, as we had a lot of great undercard racing as expected. A big pick six carryover that came into the afternoon of over $157,000. The pick six paid over $5,600. Trainer Brad Cox had 3 victories. Jockey Florent Giroux had 3 victories. But the race of the day was the feature, the Grade 3 Rude and Riddle Dowager Stakes, as Blaine Debbie, for the second time this meet, picks up a victory. She set the pace. She dug back in when she had pressure from Always Shopping. And what a thrilling finish it was with Manny Franco in the saddle. We have 4 more days of racing left this fall meet. We'll kick it off on Wednesday at 1:05.